Today is May 17th, 2024. We are interviewing Isaac Dannen. My name is Esther Finder. Mr. Dannen is in Pikesville, Maryland, in Nevada, in the United States, and the language will be English. Thank you for speaking with us today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay, thank you.
What is your name, sir?
My age?
Your name.
Name. My name is Isaac Dannen.
Could you please spell that for us?
I-S-A-K, last name D as in David, A-N-O-N. Isaac Dannen.
What was your name at birth?
It has never been changed. Slight change in spelling of the first name used to be with a Z. Now it's with an S. I-S-A-K used to be I-Z-A-K. The rest is same.
Where were you born?
I was born in Split, Yugoslavia. Split was the biggest city in the province of Dalmatia, and that's in Yugoslavia.
And when were you born?
I was born in 1929.
What's your birthday?
My birthday is June 24th. Within a month, I will be 95 years old.
Had your family lived in this area for many generations?
My family lived in Split since I was born. My whole family, except my parents, the children were born in Split. I have a sister 2 years older than I, and then I have two younger sisters. One is a year and a half younger than I, and one is, about 6 years younger than I am.
So all of you children were born there. What about your parents? Where was your father born?
They were born, both of them were born in I was going to say periphery, in the suburbs of a city called Sarajevo in Bosnia. It's still part of Yugoslavia. I mean, that was it, part of Yugoslavia.
What was your father's name?
Joseph. When he came to Split, he opened a little store, and he called himself Josip, which is a local equivalent for Yosef or Joseph.
What kind of store?
They had a store of, let's see, what would you call it? It's like textiles, yard goods for clothing. That's what they sold.
What do you know about your father's family?
About my father's home?
About his family. He was not born in Split. What do you know about his family?
Okay. The family lived in suburb of Sarajevo. It's a little town on top of the hill near Sarajevo. It's called Visoko. which stands for high up there. My grandfather, my father's father, was also called Isaac or Ishak in our Croatian language. And he had 6 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter died in her early age, before she was a teenager, I think. And the sons lived, all of them, either in Sarajevo or this town called Visoko, which is the suburbs. They were all married and had their families there.
What was your mother's name?
My mother's name was Hannah. Hannah is in English. Anna is the local Croatian. And she worked mostly in the store, and we kids grew up first with a maid. Then when we got a little older, my father was at home.
What do you know about your mother's family?
My mother's name or family?
Her family. What do you know about her family?
They came from Sarajevo or from Visoko to Split, and they settled there. Excuse me. They settled there, and my grandfather, my mother's father, his name was Haim Cabillo. He became, and I guess they call it sexton. He, like in a synagogue, he took care of local business, keeping it clean, keeping members on track, informed of the events, trying to get a minyan every day, 2 times. And they were pretty poor. They had an apartment which was subsidized by the Jewish community, a very small community of roughly 200 souls.
Do you know why your parents left the area around Sarajevo?
There was the Second World War, and things were not too good for them. They couldn't make a living. So he came to Split, and that's where he established his family. Why Split? I don't know. There's, I guess, beach areas. Everybody liked it for that.
What are some of your earliest memories from before the war?
Some of my earliest views about what?
The earliest memories
Memories.
about before the war.
Okay. My memories go pretty well down when I was like 3 years old. When I was 4 years old, my father took us to Visoko to meet his family. Took me and my older sister. My older sister didn't care for Visoko, so she didn't meet the rest of the family. She met my mother's side of the family in Sarajevo, the big city. At that time, maybe 100,000 people, 20,000 of them were Jewish. And my sister liked the bright lights, and I stayed with my grandparents in Visoko. I met all the sons of my grandfather, and they were good to me. And we went swimming in the river that passed through Visoko into Sarajevo. And I remember the train ride. My father got off the train and bought some sandwiches and threw them to us through the window from outside. And I could never figure out how he got out when the train stopped. But he got off the train unbeknownst to me and looked like he was living in a little town where he bought the sandwiches, where the train stopped. I remember swimming in the river in Visoko, and all my uncles were good to me, trying to tell me that my sister lost out by not coming to Visoko. They had several fruit trees. Plums were their big thing, I guess. They had about 3 or 4 trees with plums, black plums. They were just in season, and I would pick them from the tree, and they were delicious. The honey was coming out. That's one of the big memories. Other memories are my uncle had a leather factory, and I would go in there and watch him run the machines. Sometimes he let me with a scrap of leather to play and try to convert from the skin of the animal into usable skin for shoes. There were umpteen steps. So anyway, that's how they were attentive to me, and that's my good memory. The other memories, when we were corresponding with them, and when they were taken to the concentration camp, that was the end of their lives. They all
Okay, you're
perished
running ahead of me.
in concentration.
We'll get to that late in a few minutes. You're going ahead of me so far.
Okay.
Can you please give me the names of your sisters? Your oldest sister, what was her name?
Yeah. The Sephardic custom was naming your children after your grandchildren, not dead, but alive and dead. If they were dead, you honored your first one. If they're alive, that's okay. So my older sister had the name of my paternal grandfather, the one living in Visoko. My first offspring from my father and my mother was the girl, and she was named after my father's mother, Blanca. Blanca means white in Spanish, also in Ladino. Next was a son, that was I, and he named me after my paternal grandfather. Just to say the funny things that I had cousins from my father's brother, each one of them named their son Isaac. So there was 5 Isaacs in the young generations, and including me. Anyway, that was the Sephardic tradition. So next part was my mother's name, Sarah, and my next sister was named Sarah. Esther was my younger sister's name, but that was for my father's aunt who never married. She was, I guess, living by herself, and my father wanted to honor her.
What religious traditions did your family observe?
Would you repeat that, please?
Yes. What religious traditions did your family observe?
My family observes Judaic traditions. If it were to compare it to local here traditions, I guess, would be conservative orthodoxy. We didn't have too many that you can call Reformed and Orthodox and conservative and what other thing there are here. It was all one. We had one synagogue. Everybody went there. The services were run in the Sephardic tradition. I guess rabbis graduated from some Sephardic seminary. And so we were observant. We observed kashrut at home and outside. And we didn't go to school on Shabbat, but if I remember correctly, Saturday was not a school day. We didn't do anything Friday night except have a family dinner and sing Jewish songs and until it's time to go to sleep. Jewish songs, another song. And I would call us observant. We didn't eat out in the restaurants.
What do you remember about starting school?
What do I remember from?
Starting school.
We had, I attended regular school. It was public school. Even the name had, in Serbo-Croatian says first public and then it says location. And I attended that. By the way, I was super high honor in my class. I went to 4 grades, elementary, and then I went 1 year to high school. And I was a very good student except for art. Art was a killer for me. I couldn't do anything. And I remember that vividly. Teachers liked me. In the 1st to 4th grade, I was a teacher's pet. I was going to tell you about anti-Semitism, but there was
I was
none
just
that I
going to
knew
ask
of.
you, can you tell us about the relationships between Jews and non-Jews in school and in your community when you were a child?
Can I do what?
Can you tell us about the relationship between the Jews
Yeah.
and the non-Jews in
Split
school
was-
and in your community?
Yes, Split and its surroundings were Croatians or Dalmatians, and that meant they were Roman Catholics. However, from Serbia, few people were coming, either looking for work or I don't know what they were doing, but in my class, there was always 3 or 4 Russian Orthodox. We call them Serbo-Orthodox. They did not follow Catholic rules, and in public schools over there followed their religion. They had all kinds of displays on the walls, and we had a religious hour. I think it's once a week. Their priest would come and give a lesson, but the Russian Orthodox kids, and there were 3 or 4 in every grade, and Jewish kids, there was 1 or 2 of those, we would go outside and play for that hour. When the bell would ring, that we knew there was time to return to class, and we would return. They would get their religious instructions there. As far as Jewish kids were concerned, we would meet in the afternoon in one of the sections of the city, all of us kids. And the rabbi would take over the class. He would have a couple of rows reserved for 1st and 2nd grade, then a couple of rows 3rd class, and a couple of rows for 4th class. And he would teach us religion. However, our family, we knew as much religion as any kid. We were not coached, but instructed in everything religious by our father, who did not go to the store. He stayed home, and he would teach us religious matters. And when we went to the religious class, the rabbi would kibitz. He says, "What am I having you here for? You know more than I do about the subject that he was teaching." But that's a joke, of course. But we did know a lot more than what he was teaching the other kids, both in Hebrew and prayers.
Did you witness or experience any anti-Semitism as a child?
Okay, that's one of the things that bothers me is I did not experience, but one guy, he happened to be a good friend, used to call me a bad name, and I would run after him and punch him, and he would run away and again call me the same bad name. And I would go home and I would say to myself, why am I hanging around with him? I had a lot of other friends, good friends, both in the religious group and around the neighborhood. We had a neighborhood full of kids. They were not big families, but there were houses with 3 stories, and every apartment had 2 kids, 4 kids, and we would gather, especially in our yard was a gathering. I remember now that I go to sleep, I can't sleep, I recall these things. There was a young girl, she was an early teenager. She went into arts and ballet and fine arts school for her 4-year elementary and then 2 years to this school until she was like 14 and 15. Then she didn't want to go to school anymore. But she was in the theater in school. So she would organize us kids and teach us. We would have plays. What plays? We charged 25 cents to neighbors to come and watch us. We were really a cohesive group. Sunday, I don't mean Sunday, summertime, we would gather in our yard, which had a little 2 retaining walls, everybody sitting there telling story, grown-ups, kids would run all over and play hide and seek. I don't remember any anti-Semitism. In school, I don't know if there was any. It didn't affect me. I wasn't exposed to it. Later on, we learned people above us, they were very friendly, but they joined Nazis, and I don't know what happened. But I knew there was anti-Semitism. Somebody sometimes in the store would make an anti-Semitic remark, and my mother would send him out of the store. I don't want to sell it to you, she would say. They would try to negotiate, and they would come to the lowest denominator, and then they would want more reduction in price. My mother couldn't give it to them, and they would mention something anti-Semitic. And my mother would say, I don't want to sell it to you. Get out of my store. So that was the strength of my mother's character, and shows that there wasn't that much this anti-Semitic display. Now later on, we'll talk about it. Excuse me. Go ahead, please.
How aware was your family
How what?
about how aware, how much did your family know about what Hitler was doing in Germany?
My family knew everything. My father was coached in a Hitler. When he was a child, he used to tell us story about how he would have to get up early in the morning in the snow and go to the Heder. And we used to make fun of him. You know, he would say, snow up to here, and we would say, boots up to here. all that. We didn't believe him, but he could conduct a service, he could do everything except he was bashful when it comes to socializing. So he didn't get involved in synagogue function. But he taught us, me and my older sister, everything he knew. My younger two sisters were protected from his teaching. He was a violent teacher. He taught us with slaps, boom, boom, if you didn't learn. So it behooved us to learn the very old-fashioned way.
In September of 1939, Germany invaded Poland. How did that impact you and your family?
Well, we could take it a step back if you allow me to. It wasn't September that did it. It was October 1935 where they had a Kristallnacht. And we realized how bad this situation is with Hitler. And he took Poland, and he took first half of Czechoslovakia, and then the rest of Czechoslovakia. I said Poland, I'm sorry. He took Austria first. Then he took Czechoslovakia in little segments. And then, because he needed, I guess, to go toward Russia, toward the oil fields and get some of the oil to run his machinery, war machinery, he attacked Poland. And then that was officially declared the start of Second World War. In our mind, it started with Hitler was appointed Chancellor or head of the German government, and he started persecuting the Jews. And in our opinion, Hitler had two objectives. One was to conquer the whole of Europe and the rest of the world with his allies, and second was to destroy the Jewish communities, destroy them, kill them, wipe them off the map, all of the Jews. And every step he took was a step toward his achievement of his goal. And I might say, which I'll say later, but he almost achieved his goal in both ends. And Poland was just the next step after Czechoslovakia.
Had any refugees from Germany or Austria or Czechoslovakia, anywhere, had any refugees come through your area running away from the Nazis?
Bless your soul. I'm glad you asked that because I keep forgetting it. The few Jews that could escape came down to our area. That was before Yugoslavia was attacked, and later came, well, they couldn't come. They wanted to go to the United States or England or even France, but countries sealed their border. Everything was sealed. And so few Jews that could escape, they came from Poland. I would see in our shul lots of new faces, lots of old Orthodox attire, with beards, which we didn't see before. And they would have their eastern wall position. They go to the same place every praying session. And they would come to Split. Split had a Jewish community of roughly 200 210 souls, but we were pretty well organized and active. We had a Zionist club, a regular social club, a Jewish community, and we spent, me and my sister, we went to the Jewish club, to the Zionist club, every Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, we would go there, sneak before going to the service upstairs. And after service, we would go there. Our mother would let us organize games. Sunday, we would come to this Zionist club. I remember from the time I was third grade, I would come to Zionist club. They would assign us to the groups, and they would have teaching sessions, and then we would have some productive sessions, and we would go out, maybe go to the city, walk along the waterfront, maybe we rent horses and ride them in the country, maybe we go rowing the boats, do something. It was well organized with a leader of 20, 22, 18, I guess that age. So as far as social life, we had plenty of organized activities in Split, and it was strictly Jewish. We had, like I said, social activities around our neighborhood, but Jewish was more pleasant, and especially around holidays. We go to the service, come out of the service, and go to the club. We call it Ken. I think it means nest or something in Hebrew. We would learn a few words in Hebrew, dances, sing songs, and I knew Hatikva when I was 4 years old.
I had asked you about refugees coming in. What did these refugees tell you?
What?
The refugees that fled the Nazis. You said some of them came to your community. What kinds of things did they say?
They were first to show to the German soldiers, and see, Germans had groups that followed their troops. There's special groups that would go out and harvest the Jews in the new community that the army conquers. So they had to know where the Jews were, and there were these locals that were happy to point where the Jews were. And our friends, I don't know if they carried it that far, the ones living upstairs from us, but they got big positions in the Croatian government. Croatian was called Independent Croatian Republic. That was organized by Germany. everything is in Serbo-Croatian, or should I say in Croatian, but Germans organize independent states, and these states march in the step that Germany requested them to. So this one guy from upstairs, he got married right before the war. Okay, but he became a big wheel in the German government. When Italians were there, he was head of the fish distribution in Split, and fish was a big item of trade. We had special markets for fish. People would go out in the bay and fish and come back. I'm talking that there was an industry of fishing in Split. And in those days I could distinguish one fish from another, but today I may not. Anyway, so this guy became the head of the Split's distribution. And we knew that they were Nazis. They put on Nazi uniforms and all that.
How did your life change in April of 1941?
Okay. Like I said, Hitler was gobbling states by state, one after another. And after they attacked Poland and split Poland between them and Russia, they turned around because they couldn't fight on two fronts. So they turned around and attacked France. France was, what should I say? Their soldiers could march in a line and they could ride horses with sabers, but they were not trained for the modern warfare. Germany, when Hitler took over, he gave them jobs in war-producing items, factories, and they were working like crazy, Germans, and everything was on bearings, roller bearings, and what else? The ball bearing, roller bearing, tanks, and no more horse-driven cannons. They had everything streamlined, mechanized. Anyway, so France had decided to build a big line, defense line, between them and Germany. It was called Maginot Line, with all kinds of tunnels, everything. But Germans were a little bit smarter than French. They went around Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg were on the other side of France. So they just marched into Belgium. British and French tried fighting them. In a couple of weeks, the fight was over because France was not ready to fight a mechanized war. So then Germans moved into France and they took everything, we knew that they were marching. Who's next? We knew we were going to be in line. Our country was run by a young king. He hadn't taken over yet the throne. His uncle was in charge, and he signed the German-Italian Pact. It was called Tripartite Pact that Germany had all these countries sign. What that meant, Germans can harvest all the raw material, steel. That's not steel. It's iron. It's converted to steel. So they would steal the iron and take it to Germany. They would steal bauxite from Yugoslavia, take it to their country, and convert it into aluminum and steel. So we knew what they were doing, and Yugoslavia had signed up with Germany. Then at one point, King decided that he's 18 years old. He took over the government and he broke off from Germany. We knew what was going to happen. I knew the Germans were going to attack our country. I knew that the minute there was festivities in the country that we are free from the Germans, I knew next step was German militarized units would come in. And they did. April 6th, 1941, I was awakened by a sound of explosion. Explosions, 1, 2. So what is that? Nearby we had, what they were digging up for bauxite, for aluminum, but also they were digging up for cement, something. But that couldn't be the sound because I was used to that sound. Anyway, we went outside. I looked up, and there's planes, and there's explosion right behind planes. So I knew there was bombing, and it was commotion, and we knew Germans and Italians were going to march in, and we just stayed suspended there for a while. We didn't know what was going to happen, but we, the Jews, we had a pretty good idea. Like I said, the Germans had taken Hitler's word, conquer countries and kill the Jews. At the time they marched into Yugoslavia, they had taken about 8 or so countries, and there was nothing we could do. They had signed pacts, they call it pact, with other European countries. And these other European countries were providing soldiers for the Russian front and all that. But I'm getting ahead of myself. But we knew they were going to come, and okay, nothing happened for 3-4 days. Then we started seeing Italian soldiers in groups of 3 or 5 marching through the city. There was like the military guards, they were, I guess, patrolling. And then we started seeing posters on the walls throughout the city. Every day a new poster. First poster says, Dalmatia has been taken over by Italians, and we expect the population to follow the instructions. First instruction, you have to turn in all your weapons. Who does not turn the weapons will suffer serious consequences. Next thing was about Jews. Jews have to report to some place where they will be registered. That gave us the idea that registration and Jews come. You know, we knew about what they had done to some communities. We didn't know about Kiev and all that yet, but local population would help the Germans locate the Jews if you don't report, and they kill you on the spot. So we said to ourselves, the Jewish community was advised by our, quote, leadership, we better report, let's see what happens. So everybody reported, signed in, and they were told, you will get the ID cards. Everybody had to have ID cards, and the rest of the population had to get ID cards, but the police will issue the cards to us, and they would stamp the card Hebreo, which means Jewish, not with little words, but letters. Cards were like this big. You open, and first letter here, second, third, fourth, fifth, so you could not hide anything. So when somebody asks for your ID, immediately they know you're Jewish. Well, all right, they register where we live, and they told us not to move unless we get their approval. To us, that didn't mean much. People were moving around and all that. So we were really surprised to see Italians behaving the way they did. Because in Italy, they had, I don't know whether to say imprisoned or harvested Jews from all areas, and they showed their anti-Semitism in Italy, and they took Jews to concentration camps. And concentration camp is a misleading word. It is concentration, but it's forced labor. So if they did that in Italy, took Jews into forced labor, how bad it's going to be for us? So we were a little bit afraid. And life continued. We were told to register, we were told to follow the curfew. We were issued food stamps. I call them food stamps because everybody knows food stamps. A card with stamps marked Hebreo, and you had, for bread, you had 31 little coupons that the baker had to cut and paste on a piece of paper, otherwise he doesn't get any flour. So we had bread ration, we had pasta ration, we had dry cereal ration like beans and whatever, soybeans and little things that, rice, little things that you could cook and eat. That was all rationed. And the rations were very small. And I want to put one anecdote. When my sister and I were coming home, we saw a line forming in a grocery store near our house, and we said, let's go see what they're selling. We got in the line, what is it selling? potatoes. See, that's how scarce everything was. Even potatoes, they were not rationed at first, but later they were rationed. So my sister sends me home to get coupons so we can buy potatoes, and it was limited quantities. So line moved to the head. The boss says, "Let me see your ration card." Oh, he says, "You're Jewish. I'm sorry, I can't sell you until the whole line gets their food. Jews come the last." That was our destiny, I guess. My sister cried, but I didn't. Okay. But next commotion was the Italians told us we are not allowed to go to any places where people gathered. That meant movies, parks and recreation, on the beach, wherever. We couldn't even come to the city square or main avenues. We had to walk on the narrow street. We, the kids, were informed by individual letter, "We're sorry we cannot accept you in the school." I registered for 6th grade. They send the letters, very polite letters, "Dear Mr. Dannon and family, we're sorry, but Isaac is not allowed to attend school because you are Jewish." Simply that. And we regret the inconvenience kind of thing. Anyway, so we were not allowed to go to school. And all the teachers lost their jobs. All the state and local employees lost their job. There was immediate dismissals. Hospital employees, that meant doctor, nurses, orderlies, everything, police, firemen, and then even the employees of larger firms in Split, because it was center, they had a lot of insurance and banking and all that. All banks had to dismiss their Jewish supervisors. But first, they were instructed to teach their subordinates how to do the job. And then they're fired. This was the comical thing. And you couldn't have a maid, a Jewish maid you could, but Jews were not allowed to employ house assistants, or in the store we had an assistant, but she needed that job, so it was a charitable employment and nobody said anything. But anyway, life for the Jews was restricted. And another incident, my cousin was a friend of mine. We played around together. So he invited me to lunch one Saturday after synagogue. So, okay, I went to his store, and his father closed at 12. You go to lunch, that was the norm, and then reopen at 4 or 5 till 8. Anyway, so he says, if we ask his father if Isaac can come to lunch. Yeah, of course. And then we were going to their house, and he says, we passed near a bakery, a very nice bakery that sold sweet stuff, pastry, all kinds of good stuff, yucky. And he says, let's get something for after lunch. So we went there, everybody, my cousin and I, we chose what we want for ourselves, the gooey stuff, and he chose for the family, and we went to pay. And then we noticed a sign in the window, said, Jews are not allowed here. Jews, you turn our stomach. Jews, you pollute the air. And, something, all kinds of things. And we said to the guy, to the girl, rather, you don't want us? Okay, keep the stuff. She says, oh, no. They came, they put these signs in the window. I had nothing to do. They told me to keep it there. You just select what you want, come here, pay me, and go home and enjoy it and come back. So we had both sides. Sometimes the food was not available for us locally, and sometimes the guys would even take the German special troopers to our house, and sometimes they would be nice and polite to us. But we were still dealing with Italians at that point. But there are guards going.
Continue.
Okay. Now, Italian guards would sometimes stop and, did she give you stamps? Sometimes people didn't have stamps. In the country, people would go, their stuff that they buy, it doesn't last forever. The stamps are just for one thing, that if they buy it, it gets torn up. So what they would come and they would say, I want such and such material for a suit, but I don't have any stamps. Excuse me. But my father
I do want to ask.
Yeah, my father would say, okay, you bring them to me next time. So the Italians would stop people with the wrapping. Where did you buy this? They point to our store. You come with me to the store. This is the group of 3 or 5. One of them would wear black shirt. That means fascist. They were the worst kind associated with Germans. Anyway, where did you buy this? Show me. Come on to the store. Where are the coupons for her? My father said, I dropped all the coupons in the bag. Show me her numbers. He didn't have it. Okay, close up the store, and then I'm gonna have somebody come take all your stuff from you and all that, terrorizing. And then what they were really after was a bribe. I'm not talking about that because that was better than the Germans did. But if we had a friend in there one time that suggested to the guy, he says, why don't you buy some stuff? If you don't have money now, you pay him after the war, And they took that. So my father gave them, I know one guy, 3 yards of fabric that was worth a fortune because it was manufactured in pre-war England. And they say, I need matching shirts, They were bold enough to ask for more. But anyway, so that's how they interfere with our lives. But so far, we didn't get hit.
I was just going to ask you, was there violence or destruction of Jewish property?
What?
Was there violence or destruction of Jewish property?
Oh, no. I will tell you the story. I happened to be 13 years old at that time. I mean, I lived under Italians from when I was 11 to when I was 13. And I'm a Jewish boy, and out of a Jewish home, I have to have a bar mitzvah. A bar mitzvah is a celebration that all Jewish boys go through. You want to make a comment? Oh, all Jewish boys are called upon to come to the synagogue, whether they are very observant or a little less so. Come to the synagogue, read special verses from the Torah. Torah is our scroll that maintain the 5 books of Moses. Read from there, read a little bit about the prophets, and then give a speech. Well, I'm a smart Jewish boy. I read from the Torah, and that's chanted. I did it. I still remember my part. I did the other part about the prophets and all that. That part I don't remember too well. And then my speech, I said to everybody, up to now I've been a little squirt. I've been playing around, but now I'm serious. I'm a man. I'm 13 years old. I'm grown up. I take my grown-up responsibilities seriously. So, in honor of my getting to be a grown-up, I make a commitment to come to the service, religious service, every week, at least one time. And most likely it will be either Friday night or Saturday morning or both. See, we start the weekend Friday night, going to Saturday, up to Saturday evening. Saturday evening is Sunday already. In the Bible, it says in Hebrew, and there was evening and there was day, first day. And there was evening and there was day, second day. So that's how we say. Day start with evening, when the sun goes down, and goes through the night into next day. Okay, so the very next weekend, I got dressed real nice, and I said to my younger sister, who was home, I'm going to service, and I made a commitment, let me go tonight. And she says, I'd like to come with you. I said, come on. So we went, and my father's store was not too far from the synagogue. Actually, synagogue was at the northern end of the city main square, northern end, and my father's store was south about a block. And so my sister and I said, why don't we go to our store and see if our father can close the store and come with us to the service. That seemed like a good idea, so we go to the store and we ask our father if he can close the store and come with us. He says, wonderful. You have just this one customer, and he tries begging the customer to come Monday. I'll sell you everything you want. I really have good stuff, but Monday. And that customer or client insisted on having it Friday night because she would take it to the tailor over the weekend and all that. So we were delayed. And then after the customer left, we closed up. We had to bring the stuff in. My father used to display outside. So he goes back in the store. He locks it up. We had heavy wooden doors with a lock that I couldn't lift at my age. Anyway, so we rushed to the synagogue through the city square, and we were making an infraction because we were not allowed to the city square. But city square had outdoors chairs in one side with a restaurant and an outdoor restaurant on the other side with music and dancing. That was the norm. But here we look, nobody outside. Gee, wonder what happened. And then we hear screaming and yelling from the side where the synagogue is. They're coming out, and soldiers running after them, hitting them with the butts of the rifles, kicking them, knocking them on the floor, kicking them again, punching them. And my father recognized some of the people that were getting hit. And we were he was in a panic. And he says, they're attacking the synagogue, I know. And then he took me and my sister by hand and went the opposite direction. And we went all around the city. We didn't want to meet anybody or anything. All around the city. And we went to our house. And we told our mother. And she was afraid. She had prepared Friday night dinner like she did every Friday. And she was afraid what's going to happen to us. Not only us, but everybody else in the community. Anyway, near us, one of the young rabbis, there were two rabbis, young guys. One was single, and he had rented a room in the vicinity of our house, or our apartment. So we went to his apartment, see if he's home. We wanted to find out what happened. Anyway, we came there, and the landlady says, sorry, he's not home yet. So we waited outside for about 20 minutes or so, and we see him coming across the field, the same field that we came across to our house, and he's limping, and he has a bloody hanky on one eye. And, oh, Rabbi, what happened? And he told us what happened. Just as the service was starting, a unit of these Italian, he never knew whether it was soldiers or the fascists in military clothes, but they had arms, they had bayonets, and they had rifles. And they came, took the rifles, and says, okay, everybody out. They told the rabbi, tell everybody out. He says, we just started the service. We don't care, everybody out. So everybody was told, the rabbi says, I'm sorry, the military wants us out. So all the people from the shul started coming out, and there was steps, marble steps leading from the synagogue down to the cul-de-sac, which leads to the square. And people, as they were going to this marble step, the Italian fascists had created, what would you call, on both sides, they positioned themselves. As the people were going down the steps, they would clobber them with butts of the rifles, they punch them, kick them, and they did a lot of damage to people. And they didn't care if you were a man or a woman. And as the Jewish people were, the congregants, were coming out to the square, you heard yelling and screaming. And we were close to it. So my father takes me and my sisters. Well, I said that part. Anyway, so now we knew that there was a problem. And we went to sleep. My mother was crying. I don't know what my father or my sister said. My older sister had left home and gone to the mountains to join the partisans. I'll give you an idea what partisans were. There were local people who did not look kindly to either Italian or German occupation. And they escaped the life in the city and went to the mountains where they formed units. If they got weapons, they stole them from Croatians and from Italians and from other Serb renegades. And anyway, there were a lot of those, and they created units. My sister went with her friends. She didn't say good night, she didn't say goodbye. One night she disappeared. So that was about my sister. And
Excuse me, when did she do that?
she went, I guess, a couple of weeks before we went.
What year are we talking? What month? Can you give me a time frame?
I was 13 years old. I didn't know. She was somebody that would confide in me, but she didn't confide in that because my parents would not let her go to the mountains and take up the fight, you know. And she was 15 years old, a little squirt. We were all small structure. I'm 5 feet tall, 5 and 1 inch. At my highest, I was 5'5". My son is a little over 6 feet, but we were all
When did your
small.
sister join the partisans?
I'm sorry?
When did your sister join the partisans? Was that in 42 when you were 13?
No, we were not influenced by her. The word around us is where is such and such young man? He's up there. He went up. We knew what everybody meant. Ladies would come to our store to buy some material, and they would ask, if you can reduce the price, what is it for? My son, he went up. He went up to the mountains. We knew what that meant. Local population was pretty much opposed to Germans. But for every good side of the coin, there was the bad side. Anyway, we knew that something is wrong after this. Oh yeah, no, I didn't finish. Next morning, my sister comes to my room bright and early and says, "Can we go to the city and see if anything happened?" Yes, we went. First, we walked near a photo shop. There wasn't a single camera in that store. The door was ajar, wide open. We walked to the synagogue. There were two carabinieri marching up and down around a yellow tape. This was on the plaza. Yellow tape. We approached the tape. There were remnants of a big bonfire. And in there were books, prayer books. There was Torah scrolls, half burned. There were all our holy objects. There was strewn all over the place. You could see that somebody was trying to break everything, and they couldn't. But it was thrown in the fire. The whole community, the books were in the synagogue. Now it was burned. Even the drapes were in the fire, half burned. The chair where the rabbi and the dignitary sit were on fire. And that, we went home, but we said, let's see other Jewish stores. We went to our uncle who had a cosmetic store. They had broken the display window. They entered through the display. Everything was broken. What wasn't stolen was broken, even the shelving. We went to another store, Jewish store, all broken up. And then we went to our store. As I mentioned before, our store was a hole in the wall, heavy wooden doors. You can see dents where they tried to hit with a heavy object. They couldn't break the locks or chain. I need to take a break.
Okay, we'll take a break now. Okay, we are back now. And you were telling me about a lot of destruction that was going on, but I wanted to ask you again, when did your sister join the Partisans? What year are we in?
My sister went to the Partisans, to the mountains, maybe 2 weeks before this took place, before this attack on our synagogue.
And when was the attack on the synagogue?
It was in, let me get organized, in September 41, I guess. No, I'm sorry. It was 1 week after my bar mitzvah, which would be in June.
What year?
1943. Let me see.
And had any Jews been deported from your area?
Did any what?
Had any Jews been deported, sent away from your area?
I'm not hearing it. Have any?
Had any Jews been deported or sent away from your area?
Oh,
Were any Jews sent to
yes,
concentration
yes.
camps?
Yeah. Okay. A lot of Jews had escaped. I say a lot, numerically a lot, but proportionately very little number, very small number, who was able to escape. Escape came to Split or the area. And after a while, there were quite a few, and they were very visible. Like if there were Germans, they would be talking loudly on the beach in German with a lot of makeup, and we knew they were Jewish by their behavior, and I guess Italian authorities knew that. And also by this required registration. So if they followed the registration with Italian like they were forced to do, then Italians knew exactly where they were, where they lived, and they would come and get them, and they would intern them. There were a couple of islands. One was called R-O-B, Rob, and one was called Kirk, K-R-K. And they would intern them over there. And that would be like, wouldn't be forced labor, but they would be forced to maintain themselves. They would make them work to sustain themselves. In other words, Italians would accomplish two objectives. One was to satisfy the Germans that they were picking up all the Jews and putting them in concentration camp. And the second one was in this concentration camp. They didn't want the Jews to be a burden on them, so they would put them to work to produce goods for themselves. So Italians were not nice to these people. Jewish immigrants would disappear from one day to the next, whether they would escape from Split or whether the Italians would take them. But on these islands there was concentration, like a concentration camp.
What did you know about how Jews were being treated elsewhere by the Nazis? Did you know about Auschwitz or some of the other camps?
Did we know about what happened to them, or?
Yeah, during the war, at this time period, 1943, how much did you know about what was happening to Jews in other places?
I knew everything. I want to say I knew everything since I was 6 years old. We knew what Hitler was doing in Germany, and we knew what he was doing in Poland and other countries where there were a lot of Jews. Just one event, like in Kiev, where there was a ravine called Babi Yar, and they, as soon as Germans took over the city, the local population helped them out, and they got all the Jews in this ravine, and they had machine gun nests all around, and they machine gunned the Jews. And they say that 150,000 were killed. That's what we knew as kids. I knew when I was 6 years old what they did at Kristallnacht, and I knew what they did in Poland, and I knew what they did in every other country. And when I say we were next, like Yugoslavia, we were trembling because we knew what happened. And especially in Russia and Poland, there were a lot of Jews in Russia. That means Ukraine, that means southern Russia, that means Belarus and all that. And in Poland, there was a lot of Jews in different area. I don't need to say Ukraine because that was known as Russia in those days. But we knew the Germans were what the Germans were doing. And even in France, in the occupied France and quote non-occupied, which Germans controlled, the same thing was happening. And other countries, what countries are there?
I'm concerned about your experience. I want to know your experience. I don't care about the other countries now.
I knew all about that.
Did you and your family have any idea about maybe escaping or maybe joining the partisans or doing something?
Me and my family, I was a little squirt of 13 years, and my family, and my mother would cry when she would hear about things happening. My father would just talk with his friends about what the Germans are doing and what they're doing in other countries without Germans. But Bulgaria and what's the other country that Germans took? They didn't took, oh yeah, Denmark. They didn't take Spain, but the guy in charge, I forget his name. They were all German collaborators, and I knew all that. And I knew what was happening to the people in Poland, because there was concentration of Jews there. And Germans were just trying to destroy them the easier way they could, and until final solution. That was the word that was going around. And in this Jewish Zionist club, I could say we studied about that, but we were told, we were informed, excuse me, Jewish youth at that time was very well informed of what was going on in the world. And unfortunately, nothing happy. When my sister went, I was ready to go myself, but what can I do? But we were still thinking that maybe something might happen to us if the Germans walk in, and Italians have to show that they're also Jews, haters of Jews. So my father got 2 backpacks, and one was smaller than the other, the smaller one for me. And am I getting out of further from the subject here?
No, go ahead.
Okay. And we packed those backpacks, and the idea was that if Germans walk in, the first thing they do is pick up all the Jewish men. Me being 13, I'm a man. So they'll pick me up too for hard labor. And these people that were picked up for hard labor, I don't want to use concentration camp because that's too light. Concentration was someplace where you go to spend time. But anyway, the local population in Split was disappearing, the young people. And where are they? They went up. That meant they went up to the mountains. And that's what we knew. In the store, people would come, buy material. They want to make something to take up to their son. These were volunteers, secret. They would disappear at night. You never knew whether Italians picked them for their torture camps, and which they had. My uncle was taken, that's pretty personal, or whether they went to the mountains. So people were disappearing. And that's what my father said to me. If they come, let's be prepared and we'll go to the mountains, you and I, and Mom and two younger girls were gonna stay back, see what life gives. If it gets any tougher, they're supposed to go to the milk lady, to her little village, and hide there. And that's what did happen. I'll tell you how we went up to the mountains, but my mother was left and she went to the milk lady. Milk lady kept her for a month or so, and then she told her, I'm afraid the Germans are all over. And she had to send her away. And my sister wrote a book about her travels from one relative of the milk lady to another, to a bunch of villages, and ended up in the partisan, what they call zbieg. Zbieg is a Croatian word for those who have escaped. A group that escapes altogether, that's known in Croatian as zbieg. So people were leaving their homes and running to the mountains, men, women, and children. In our case, my father and I, we packed these backpacks. I know in mine I put an extra pair of shoes, another sweater, couple of shirts, some socks, underwear, and some zwieback. Zwieback, for those who don't know, is a very hard, like a pretzel, but hard. And you can chew on that anytime you want to. You don't need heating or anything if you have good teeth, and it will sustain you. That's what they give to the soldiers when they go to the front lines because they can't cook. So anyway, that's what I had. And eventually it happened. Shall I tell that story?
Are you going to tell us how you got to the partisans?
Yeah,
Please.
okay. One night, not much later, there was one night between Saturday and Sunday where it was knocking at the door. Mr. Dannon, the Germans are coming. Oh, I skip a very important point. Americans and British had invaded Italy. British on the side of the Adriatic, Americans on the side of Mediterranean. And they were advancing. And Italians went up. They surrendered. And these Italians that surrendered, they're soldiers. They dropped the weapons and they went by any means available back to their homes in Italy. I was going to say camels and backpack. I don't know how they went home, but they crowded the railroad. And Italian government collapsed, so Americans and British had taken over control of Italy. But then Germans didn't like that, so they took biggest part of Italy that Americans and British did not occupy. Anyway, when the Italian soldiers threw up their hands, they also left a lot of weapons. So the local population grabbed those weapons, and they were requested by the partisans to join the partisan troops, join them, come with us up to the mountains. And many went up the mountains, and we would have city gathering at the city square, and there would be one of the partisans saying, "Here you were under occupation, now you're free. You are free, but the rest of the country is not free. Come on to the mountains." The partisans had all these new people and new arms that were coming from Italians. They were better organized, and they were in a position to attack the German units and Croatians, not even talking about Croatian. Croatian meaning the ones that joined the Germans. There were a lot of those. I call them traitors, but they call themselves independent. Anyway, so a lot of people, when after these people were banging on the door, the Germans are coming, the Germans are coming. Mr. Dannon, they were not talking about me as Mr. Dannon, talking about my father. And the least likely people did that. One Italian lady did it, and one that was Croatian, her family was in German units fighting on the Russian front. But anyway, they warned us, and we grabbed our backpack, went through the back door, and went through the fields. Our house was, Split was located along the coastline, spread out, really big, spreading all over coast, a lot of beautiful beaches. But anyway, if you go 10 miles inland, you would encounter big, heavy mountains. They're called Dinaric Dinaric mountain chain, and we didn't have any names for them except part of the chain. Anyway, and that's where partisans were active. And people from the local area were leaving. We went at maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock, when my father woke me up and say goodbye to Mom, and we're going. He and my mother subdivided what money they had, and we went up, and that's what going up meant. We went to the mountains looking for partisan units. Now, partisans were in the city, and they were defending the city. At one point, they had a lot of local people that took Italian arms and were fighting the German and Croatians. But you cannot fight and organize units with what you got, a rifle here and a rifle there. So the Germans and the Croatian collaborators, they broke through the partisan lines, and they were driving through Split. My sister, Sarah, she gave the story on this by reference, and she has pictures of Split where it says death to the fascists, freedom to the people in big bold letters on their wall, and German motorized, not one unit, but tanks and other heavy weapons are marching in town and blocking this sign a little bit. So it shows partisans had done a lot of campaigning, and the young people had left their home and gone up to the mountains. I was too young, and my father was, well, I would say old, until I came to the partisans. And then I saw that there are even older people there. And then you didn't ask the religion. They all went. All of the Serbians went, and there was a lot of communists in the Yugoslav nations, and they were suppressed by the government. But then when they got a chance, they sprouted up, and they started encouraging the people to join the People's Liberation Army. That was the official name, People's Liberation Army. So my father and I walked and walked, and we were looking for the People's Liberation Army. We met some other people looking for them, and somebody told us a lady recognized my father from a store, and it says maybe her husband knows, and her husband had a brother in another village who was a partisan, and somebody whom he knew where the partisans were active, so they took us there. What is a partisan? It's a local person who is opposed to the rule that's imposed on them, and hopefully has a weapon and a uniform. When I came, the only uniforms they had was like a beret type, a military with a red star in front. So that was the partisan uniform. Later on, when Americans and British started shipping and dropping supplies and other equipment, we had British uniforms with that kind of a cap. But anyway, we met a lot of people going up to the mountains, and we joined a group. We're in one of the villages, going from one place to the other. We joined a group of partisans. Like I said, they were dressed in their own clothes with a beret. I don't know who was making the berets. But anyway, eventually I got one too. So we were in this group, they told us to hide. Lots of trees, a lower end, but nothing but rocks up above. And that's what we had to do. Hide in the daytime, be active at night. The first night they went out, they said, let the kids sleep. That was me. Let the kids sleep. I heard them say that. Anyway, so they went, and what did they do? Come back. Next morning I found out they got bags, couple of bags of dry beans, pasta, and some other kind of beans. They attacked a farm of a family that had joined the opposition. They were with the Germans. They were with the Croatians, Quislings, the country called Independent Croatian Republic, established by Germany. So these guys come back with that. When I woke up in the morning and my father told me, I said, so for that you guys go out there and fight with the guns? And, oh. He says, yeah, everybody's got to eat. So we had food to eat. Sometimes they had a mule. I don't know where they got it. They requisitioned it from a peasant, and that carries either weaponry or food supply. So they had some of those, but they were not cooperating. When a mule, you say, go forward, she'll firm up her feet and go backwards. Anyway, so that was the first night they came with food supply. Next day, they still have to hide. So my father is called, and he comes back. He says, they want you there too. So they decided, oh, there was another 12-year-old kid with us. He had escaped from his family because he was opposed to German occupation. So they decided that if this other kid knows how to go with them, I should go too. So next evening, we went. My job and this kid was be a courier. Runner, they didn't have telephones from one end to the other. And they wanted to surprise their enemy. Enemy meaning German soldiers or Croatian or later even renegade Serbs, which Germany had armed and commanded. Anyway, so they were going out and they needed somebody to go from one location to the other and tell them how you fixed you have enough weapon, who is where, why don't you spread out a little bit more? That kind of order. And they would put it on a piece of paper and sign it, and we have to run to the position. And that's what we did, this kid and I. And then,
Can I ask you some questions about the partisan group?
Yeah.
And then you can come back and tell me more in a minute, but how large was the group? How many people were there, do you think?
Every locality had its own partisans. One group didn't know about another. And what they did, there was a command someplace hidden because Germans had dropped paratroopers on the command a few times to command a guy by name of Joseph Broz. He named himself Nom de Guerre, his war names was Tito. And he was in charge of the People's Revolution, the uprising. And you would hear on the phone, not on the phone, on the radio about different accomplishments. And they would issue little pieces of paper, the command of 1st Dalmatian Brigade. What is 1st Dalmatian Brigade? Well, it took place in Dalmatia. It must be Dalmatian. It's first because they were the first bunch that organized themselves in that particular area. We had this Spalatino from Split. We had a name, our own units. Whoever named themselves, whatever.
In your group, where you were, how many people were there?
About 10, 12 to start with. And, you have an attack and they chase you, they attack you, the Germans and Croatians, and you end up separated. And I got separated from one unit, and I happened to go to another unit, and they gave me a job, throw hand grenades. And this other kid knew how to do it before he even joined the partisans. He escaped from home, and but that was the word. If you don't meet your group, you're gonna run into another partisan group. Don't be shy. Just tell them what group you were with, and that's all. Tell them.
So it was. It was easy to join these partisan groups?
I joined them next night, and we went, and they had me carrying dynamite at the railroad crossing. And they attacked the guard. There was only maybe 3, 4 people guarding. They would exchange every 2 hours and all that. But we were outnumbered them. So we attacked.
Did you have any training?
No, there was no training. The training I got was from, they said, have the other kids show you how to throw a hand grenade. One thing that I learned is you count up to 3. If the hand grenade doesn't go that way, then your arm goes that way, opposite direction. If you throw it at 1 and 2, the other guy there might be smart enough, grab it and throw it back at you. And then your whole body will be messed up. So they scared me enough, and the other kid says, that's nothing. We used to throw at the other unit. He got misplaced, ended up with our unit. And he was no taller than I. I was considered a pint, 1 second.
While you're taking a drink, let me get my question organized. Can you describe what the living conditions were like in your partisan group? Where did you sleep? How did you get food and clothes and medicine? Can you tell us about that?
Okay. At first, we lived in this partisan area where Germans were attacking on two sides, and we were supposed to derail their trains and do some mischief. Well, we did, but the Germans could repair it. They knew how. And we would always wonder, what good have we done? But during the day, we would hide. I know my father, they made him, they called it econom. He was charged with providing food for these people. And we joined another group, so it was a little bit more of us. Whether that group was a functional unit or whether it was just stragglers from other group, I didn't ask, but my job was help carry ammunition, be a courier, and when push comes to shove, throw hand grenades at the places where they designate. We also had to cut the wire and get under the wire. Germans used to have dogs, Croatians didn't. So it was easy going under the wire and either make enough room for the guy behind you or go near the window with a hand grenade ready to be activated. And that's what we were doing, this kid and I forgot his name. He escaped from his family, and he was there. Anyway, life was leisurely, hiding. At night we were scared, but we did our job, which was me and this other kid throwing hand grenade and try to get back to the location where we started from. If the Germans or the Croatians had moved out of their compound and attacked us because of their superior numbers, then we would disperse and try to converge at another location. I had changed 2 locations in less than a week, I guess, until I learned a little bit how to traverse the countryside. And my father would arrange for cooking in the village hot meals. Otherwise, they had the whatever thing each person had in their knapsack, if they had one, or something, GIs. They carried something with them, like I carried mine. So if we get lost, at least you know you have some of your stuff. And my father, at one point, I know that he was buying food for the unit whatever money he had, he was using it to go bribe the village so they'll give him some food or cook some food. And life was okay. For a kid, 13-year-old, it was like being on a picnic, you know. But then later it got harder when they started chasing us. And one guy had a sickness, dysentery, and we were petrified that he's going to transmit it to the rest of the group. But anyway, we would try to do a little damage if the grown-ups, and when they would send me, I worked on the railroad one time. Another time we turned the track around. It was automatic. You just turn them and destroy the mechanism. Anyway, and my father, I saw he was struggling because they expected him to produce, to have meals for them. And he couldn't always do it. And they would accuse him of being a fifth column. Fifth column is somebody who sneaks into your unit and spies on you. A spy, ordinary spy, was considered fifth column, from a story about a guy having 4 columns outside the city and 1 column secretly inside. But anyway, that's a different story. But my father was sweating because he had never worked before. He said he had some kind of sickness that inflates the arteries. I didn't believe him, but I saw him carrying bags and he was ready for the cemetery after that. Anyway, we were going like that.
Yep. Were there any women in the camp?
We
Or
had
any
women not in
families?
this unit, but we had women in other units. The fact that my sister was in one unit, wherever it was, I would say she would be in the 1st Dalmatian Brigade. There's a word, 1st Hitting Dalmatian Brigade. Yeah, power, yeah. That they gave themselves fancy names because they would hit the Germans and then escape or disperse. Anyway, in this unit, we didn't have any women, but we had 2 kids. Let's see what I was going to say. Oh, my father, like I said, was accused of different things, and he didn't like his assignment. Well, anyway, we looked for other units, and one time there was a boat going from one island to the next one, and we heard that the next island was better armed, and the Germans couldn't get to it. So my father said, let's go to that island. Now, partisans were not organized units. They were groups of people trying to harass the opposition. So we were just that group of people. Today we were 12, tomorrow we may be 8, next day 14 or 15. Different people join our units. to harass the German. So my father and I got on one of these wooden boats. They had sails, but nobody wanted to put on the sails because sails were visible. They had motors, so they would go from one to the other island. There are hundreds of islands along the Dalmatian coast, but actually they all belong to Yugoslavia. Some are bigger islands, some are smaller. Maybe there's 5, 6, maybe 10 big islands. And the rest are small, some are not even populated. And partisans took advantage of that. And when things improved for them, when the British and American recognized the partisans as a fighting unit, they started sending supplies over. And they would send them from Italy, either from Italy, or they would release these boats from their bigger boats, I don't know, in the Adriatic. But we would see Americans and British soldiers among the partisan commands. And the partisans would have shows like for the, not 4th of July, yeah, they had one, 4th of July, but for Yugoslav Independence Day, and they would be in the front row, a couple of Americans in uniform and a couple of British, and they would ask them to say a few words in any language, and we would say we are allies. That was, the partisans were allies of the Americans and the British. And at one point, they started shipping supplies. You want me to go into that or not yet? Not yet.
A little bit. If you could share a little bit of that.
Oh, okay. The Americans, I don't mean American, British who were on the Adriatic side started shipping supplies, but they wouldn't dock because they were afraid of the Germans. What they would do is come close, and at night you see flashing light. I didn't know what it was, but I was told it was Morse code. And the partisans would pick that as a message, and then we would go rowboating to that unit and unload the stuff they're bringing. Would be like medical supplies, food, even uniforms, British uniforms, I don't know what else, but so we would row, and once we traveled through the partisan, and we ended up in one of these islands. And I want to describe the unit. There was a unit of maybe 35 people there, partisans, and they were under a command of one guy. He was working in the machine shop. He was commanding officer, and he commanded the kitchen. They had a house. I don't know, maybe the owners escaped. And my father was the econom from the other unit, so he got the job. here, econom, meaning supply sergeant. And he got the job there, and I was placed in the machine shop. These guys would go out, and sometimes they had to go from the boat to the coastline swimming, and the weapon would get soaked in the salt water. Our job was to desalt it. And we had not benzene, but turpentine. And this kid and I would disassemble the rifles and wipe them with turpentine cloth, try to get them back in shape, and grown-ups would reassemble it. Anyway, so we were working in that machine shop. They had two positions, gun position on the island, so they had about 6 or 8 people occupying that. They had people driving the truck, I don't know where to, but at mealtime, there were like 20 people would come, and maybe 3 or 4 would come, and women with something to put the food in, cooked food, and my father would dish it out to them. They would go, either they were taking it to the, quote, location. Location meant nobody knew where they were. Either they were taking them to a location, or they were feeding the soldiers on the machine gun position. They didn't want them leaving. When I say soldiers, I'm talking partisans. Now, partisans were the organized units of the Yugoslav, first it was Yugoslav Communist Party. Then they call it People's Liberation Army. So People's Liberation Army was intended to absorb everybody. And everybody was called upon to stand up, rebel, join the fighting units in the mountains. Now, eventually, these fighting units would stop fighting when the Germans would send a big force, and we would just go from one island to the other. But anyway, my father, and now this is something for the Jewish people will understand, he wanted to say the prayers every morning, but he didn't want to do it in the house where there were all these soldiers, and their language was not so clean all the time, and what was going on. So he would go around the other side, outside, and the other side facing the wall, and he would recite the prayer. That's the whole morning prayer. And he didn't put a cap, he would put his hanky around the ears and top of his head. And his lips would be moving. And somebody saw him saying the prayers, and he would announce the words. And somebody reported him. They denounced it. He has something in his ears, and he's communicating with the enemy and all that. And my father says, no, no. And they had a kangaroo court. And this is Well, I used to kid our father, Comrade Dannon, we know everything. Just admit and we'll go easy on you. That was his kangaroo court with the partisans. No, I'm not a traitor. I'm a partisan. I was saying my prayers. They didn't believe that. I knew what was going on because he would sometimes at home put the hanky and say prayers. Anyway, so they accused him. They had this trial, and they said, okay, go home, and we're going to watch you. And he escaped. He went from that island, wherever he went to another island, third island. But I learned that later. I was by myself. This kid and I were two kids, you know. We had food. The cook would prepare food for us. Somebody else took my father's place to get food. And life was going on. I didn't miss my father. Before that, he was an individual in an army unit, and I was another individual in the army unit. Well, then I got a note. It says, command, you know, present yourself to the command unit on this particular island. This particular island was like Gibraltar, like Malta, where British had reinforced it, and it's located among the Germans' unit, conquer units, all Germans and Italians all over. But here's the British Malta, an island, fortified. Here was Gibraltar, where you go from Mediterranean into Atlantic, and British controlled both sides, wouldn't let German submarines through. I don't know if they succeeded or not. Anyway, so I was supposed to report there. So I went there, I reported, nobody knew what was what. So I just hung around for a while, and then I met a relative. She was a cook at the partisan command. There was islands command. They were defending all these islands and controlling. So she told me, your father has gone to Italy and he would like you to join him. And that's a big step. First of all, how do I get to Italy? And second step is, why go to a foreign country when they need me here? They need every able-bodied person. So I went to my commanding officer, and he says, that looks pretty official. I will release you. And then I was released. Now, how do I get to Italy? I was hanging around doing nothing. So when a boat went to pick up supplies, I would go sometimes, help unload from their PT boat into our little rowboats, 2 or 3 rowboats. So one time, I guess I went, and I must have fallen asleep on the bench over there after lowering some maybe ammunition, maybe food. I don't even know what they had. that particular delivery. So next I remember somebody shaking me. We're going, the boat is moving. I hear strange language being spoken. What is this? Where am I? And then one of the British soldiers knew a little Italian. Italian was one of my languages. So this is a good time to say I speak 7 languages, but we'll take it from a little later. Anyway, so Italian explains to me we're going to Italy. I said, I didn't want to go. He said, well, you got on the boat, you fell asleep. Maybe we didn't see you. So here I get to Italy. What are they going to do with me? Ship me back, and the next time they go with supplies. In the meantime, there's a DP, that's displaced person, camp, not too far from them. And it says, there was the words bieg I used. There was the Dalmatians bieg came here on their way to Egypt, to the tent city. Not to confuse you, but British were taking civilians to Egypt, to the Sahara, not the real Sahara, but to the hot place. They tent city, they call it El Shat, not too far from Cairo. And they already had 50,000 people there. British were feeding them instead of Italy. But these people came, many came from Yugoslavia, and many were these Jewish immigrants that had come to Split and other Dalmatian locations that Italian had interned on 2 islands, Rab and Kirk, and they had put them there like an asylum. They couldn't go anywhere. They were like in prison. Anyway, and when I learned that, I didn't like it, but maybe my father is there. So we were walking, I met kids a couple of days later. I met kids, we were playing soccer on the street. I see 3 guys walking toward us, and I'm kicking the soccer ball. I looked, I said to another soccer player, I think I know that guy in the middle. And then the guy in the middle came closer. I said, hey, Dad, what are you doing here in Italy? So that's my, what shall I call it, one high point. So my father told me he was situated there. They have camps, they have Jews and non-Jews. So we're Jewish, but Jews were already assigned to certain villas. These were villas that were owned by millionaires up north. And they couldn't come down because Germans had occupied their area and they couldn't escape from the Germans. So villas were empty. So British used them as their refuge camp for escapees. People like us, people that had escaped from Italian places of Jewish assemblage. Anyway, there was one building where they had 40 Jews, and there was a guy in charge. They called him Capo, and he would say, 40 Jews in one Capo. That's from story, a ballad about 40 thieves. If you know the story, every kid knows that story. Aladdin. Anyway, so
Can I stop you for a minute and
Yes.
ask you a couple of questions?
yeah, go ahead.
I just want to clarify a few things. When you were with the partisans, were the civilians in the area helpful or not?
I would say at that point civilians were helpful, but if the partisans are forced to abandon that town or village, that's a different story. That's where you see the true color of these people. First, I know, like my father would go and beg for food, and they would say, well, I can share with you. I have a large family. I can give you a couple of pounds, of dry macaronis or something. Everybody was hoarding food. That's your way to survive. And when we were in Split, we had one room where we put bags of dry food, whether it be pasta or beans or whatever legumes, rice. But sometimes they would get worms, and you eating a worm, oh, don't mention it. Anyway, you have more questions.
Yes, how long did you stay with the partisans?
Okay, I'm still with the partisans here. I stayed, I'm gonna adjust, from September 10th to maybe January 15 or 20.
And the year?
1941 into 1942. If we had the big clock, as they have in New York, that descends 1942, that would be for us, but we didn't have that. New Year's just came and went.
While you and your father were with the partisans, what did you know about your mother and your sisters?
Nothing. My father asked me a few times, what do you think happened to your mom and sisters, I said, Dad, I don't know. I can't think of that. I'm a young kid. This breaks my heart, what we did to leave them on their own. And my father says, leave them, maybe they can save themselves. We saved ourselves. If we were as a group, who knows? We talked about that. But that's while I'm in the partisans, like maybe 4 or 5 months.
Okay. And you were telling me now you're with your father in Italy.
Right.
And what happened next?
He took me out of the group that I had been placed. Took me out. It's like a kidnapping almost, because British had accounted for everybody. Okay. He took me out, and we went to another camp right nearby. Let's see. Our group, here's this thing. Our group were, there was no room in that 40, uh, 40 thieves. There was no place. There was, my aunt was there, and she says, you know, can you accommodate yourself here? Fine. If not, next next building has room. So they were leaving that 40 people. They were Jewish. They're special. They're talking about going to Palestine. But the others were the peasants who had committed themselves to the partisan cause, and now their lives are in danger, and they had escaped. So the British were taking them to Africa, to this place called El Shat, the tent city. Well, they put me there, and my father and I eventually got out of there, and we escaped one night when they were getting ready to ship out. My father came, woke me up and says, we're getting out of here. So he had a peasant with a carriage, the local peasant, the kind of carriage that he used for wheat or grapes. They grew grapes there. Anyway, so they took us away from partisans, away from these people that are escaping, away from that, and we went on a train. And the train dropped us off in a county seat. It wasn't a very big city. It was called Lecce, Lecce, Lecce. And there were a lot of kids there. We asked them in Italian, of course, where's the next train? Oh, you just missed it, the one that goes to Bari. Bari was a concentration of Jewish immigrants and Split immigrants. People from Split were going to Bari, and so were Jewish immigrants. And we wanted to go to Bari because my uncle was in Bari, we knew that, and few other people we knew. And we tried for next 5 or 6 morning to make the train, and we were always late, 10, 15 minutes. The train had left the station. So we settled for Lecce. We were staying in Lecce. And my father got a job, and I'll tell you how. And we lived on the economy. I and my father lived with Italian people. We rented a room with a lady and her, not a real daughter, but a girl she had taken to care for. Very nice 2 people. And we met other Yugoslav immigrants who had been in Split and escaped from Split also. There was a restaurant called Chin Chin, and that's where all the immigrants would meet. Chin Chin, British wording for so long, I guess. And we would go there, we met people, we befriended a lot of people, and those people told us about a group of 1,000 refugees that was going to be allowed to go to United States from Italy. What you need to do, you have to sign up. So we signed up, my father and I. We said, what about my mother and 2 sisters and 3 sisters? Well, there were stories, all kinds of savagery that the Nazis had conducted upon Jewish people in Partisans and other places, but we didn't know details. And anyway, we signed up, and I guess 10,000 others signed up. But whoever was picking people, they picked people from the, I guess, from the camps in Italy where Jews were housed by the Italians, a place called Ferramonti. I don't want to clutter you with all kinds of city names. Anyway, we got...
I think we have to take a break about now. I think we need to take a break.
Okay.
Okay, we are back.
Okay. There was this word spread around that the United States government has invited 1,000 refugees to come to United States. See, the gates were closed. Nobody could go into United States without a visa, and they're not giving visas. So here's a chance for people to go to United States. So we signed up. Upon signing, we were informed that we have to go back to our country of origin after the war. We would have signed anything at that point. Anyway, my father and I got accepted, and we had some good friends, some from Sarajevo, some from Belgrade, that were in that group. They wouldn't let them. Why? I don't know. We're speculating different reason, because they needed to earn a living, and how they did it is by finding who has ornaments, gold and stuff, and selling it at a profit. Everybody had to make a living. Anyway, so they told us to prepare for United States, and we did. This was late June, and
What year?
1944. Here's Americans and British and French, Canadian, and whoever. It's assembling a heavy army in Great Britain to invade Europe. And the invasion of Normandy took place right then. And we asked, what happened? Somebody comes and tells me, my father and me, that my mother and 2 sisters are in this other camp. Oh, glorious. So how do we get to them? They arranged for them to board the train and come, and we were reunited, but we've been accepted to go to United States. So I was my father's spokesman. We are not going to United States unless you can get my mother and two sisters on board. Well, they said, no, we'll have to scratch them. It turned out scratching was more complicated than getting them on, so the Americans accepted my mother and two sisters on this convoy. And we all went to Naples by army trucks. We are now in Bari and crossing that Italian peninsula. It's not a lot, maybe 2-3 hours, but it's army truck, not too good. Anyway, we got to Naples. They were trying to create a convoy. You wouldn't let a single ship go through because that would be an invitation to German U-boats, the submarines. So they were assembling a convoy, and convoy was, when they did assemble, it was 29 ships. 29 ships and 4 cruisers. I say cruisers, I don't know one from another. Maybe it's a destroyer, maybe it's whatever, but Navy boat. And they were going to be the guards to our convoy. The ship sailed from Naples Bay. By the way, Naples Bay was covered with crates of food. Germans learned about the convoy and they bombed Naples Harbor only 2 nights earlier. We were saved, but we got on the boat and they gave us special quarters all the way down. Everybody, 982 people, we all got individual hammocks assigned to us. And I was on the 3rd floor. 1 hammock, 2 hammocks, 3 hammocks like this, but on top of the first hammock. So I was pretty high up, and people above me thought they would squirm and I would like to punch them. Anyway, we were in these hammocks when the ship was loaded with everybody, including a lot of wounded GIs going home. The convoy started and we went zigzagging. First, I don't know about geography, how the people are familiar, but from Italy, you could take a direct route to Gibraltar and then go directly to United States. That's dangerous. So we went toward Africa. We hugged African coastline, and then we went through Gibraltar and hugged the coastline, African coastline, a little bit more, quite a bit more, to get out of the way of German submarines. I don't know if submarines were in the Mediterranean, but they were surely in the Atlantic Ocean. So we got our instructions. If you hear a sound or lights go on flashing certain way, everybody goes downstairs, they cover it, lights are out, And these people that like to smoke, they were dying from, I don't know what, they were not allowed to smoke. But anyway, we had several of these during the trip from, through the Atlantic. It took us 15 days from from July 17th into August 2nd or 3rd, depending how you figure. We started approaching New York Harbor. We had to stop several times because there were German submarines, so the destroyers would take off and cruise around us and see if they can detect any German activities. And 2 or 3 times they were, but we reached New York. And how to describe the glorious feeling of 1,000 people when they saw these skyscrapers and the cars going on, Long Island Superhighway, zooming back and forth. Whoever saw cars like that? In Split, we had 4 cars for the city, and they were taxi cabs. Black, mind you. These were pink, green, yellow, red, Anyway, happy scene when we passed near Statue of Liberty. I was afraid that the boat was going to tumble over. If you can imagine, 1,000 people rushes to the side and to see the statue. Well, it didn't tumble over. We came and we stopped there. We went docked, and the ship went a little bit further. Didn't dock in New York Harbor. They docked in a place, and the name of the town escapes me, but I know Frank Sinatra was from that town. So if anybody remembers Frank Sinatra, the singer, that's where our boat went. And we docked there. And would you believe, after we docked, in 10 minutes, the military marching band comes and plays music. Oh, what a country, we say. Not only they invite you there, they feed you well through the trip. By the way, we did more vomiting than eating, but that's another story. They feed you well, they treat you well, they entertain you, and now the music. Well, first disappointment, when they unloaded the wounded GIs, the music stopped playing and the band turned around and marched away. They didn't come to play music for us. They came for the wounded heroes. So, okay, we couldn't unload until they marked us all up. And we were defined as unassigned baggage. We had tags on us, put on us different colors for different barracks where we would stay, and then we were unloaded. Again, we were deloused on the docks Took 2-3 days for that. And we were put on the La Havana Railroad in a sleeper, Pullman. What a country. They give you a sleeper to go to your next destination. We go at night. They wake us up in the morning. Wake up, everybody out, get your luggage, our carry-on luggage. The rest came some other way, by trucks, I guess. And we unload, and the train leaves. When we unloaded, we saw a barbed wire fence. Oh my God, from one fence to another, we said, enough of that. But they said, in there, everybody in, and they closed the fence, they locked it. And we were there inside, and they did not let us go out. Some people had friends or relatives on the border that had heard that we were coming, and they knew where we were. We didn't know where we were, so we asked people. There was a big water, like lake or bay or something. Turned out there was Lake Ontario. We were in a military camp called Fort Ontario. It has a national status, Fort Ontario, as a place where they used to fight British in the other war. Anyway, and we were inside, depending on what color we were, that was our barrack. And we were assigned the barrack number, and we were dispersed. Later, I will show you some of the people. They're floating around, getting their numbers squared away. Anyway, for a whole month, we could not go out, and the people of Oswego could not come in. They were gathered at the fence. They were welcoming. They were wonderful people. We never saw anything like that. They would throw stuff to us, toys, clothes. They would even throw bread. And they would say, see this? This is real bread. You know, that's, I bet you don't know what this is. Bread made from real flour. I'll throw you a piece so you can eat it. You know, they would throw over the fence. And that's how they keep us from starving. No, not at all. They gave us good food. They had 3 kitchens, 3 military type kitchens, and they prepared good meals. As soon as we came, they found people who can cook, and they took them for cooking. And you have your hands up? No. And anyway, good food. I didn't care, but my parents and other grown-ups, they were saying, what's going on? We're going from one wire fence to another. But that was not to torture us. Within a month, the local people were allowed to come in. Oh, by the way, news people, they did a lot of work on us. There was a Time magazine came out dated August 4th. If you go to your local library, you will see refugees arrive, you know. But anyway, there's a lot of writing and pictures because news people were allowed in and out. Anyway, we were allowed to go to school. We were assigned to different schools in town. And I was assigned to sixth grade. By this time, I was 15-years old. And 15 in sixth grade was a little retarded. Anyway, we would go out in the morning, sign out in the guards' barrack at the gate, and they would check us out. And by 4:30, you were supposed to be back in. Otherwise, they send the guards all over town looking for you. So anyway, we were living that way. At one point, they gave us some money to buy clothes, about $15 per grown-up. I was 15, I was a grown-up. I got a job in the kitchen, helping the cooks. I remember they were mean. I was a little guy, 15, and they made me scrub the big, I don't know what, cauldrons. If soup would burn, I would have to scrape the bottom and all that for $15 a month. Otherwise, I get $8.50. Anyway, people had some money, so we lived there for a year and a half. I will just say that in this year and a half, I had gone from sixth grade to 7th to 8th, and I was in 9th grade. And I didn't finish the 9th grade, but I had signed up. Anyway, we didn't know any English, but when you get in a group of people speaking just English, and they start picking on you, making fun, you learn the language very quickly. And so I did learn English very quickly. I might say languages come to me pretty quickly. Anyway, so we lived there every day to school and back. And the people from outside were allowed to come in, sign in, and at the end of the day, they had to sign out. So life in camp was not only livable, but for me was very exciting and relaxing. What shall I say? If I was outside, I wouldn't do any better. So it came January 1946. They said, okay, everybody out of camp and go back to your own country. Well, first segment of people that went back to their own country was some people who had relatives in Italy or in Yugoslavia, and they had made contact. We didn't have that. We knew our sister was there, but while we were here at camp, she got married. So she had her house, and she had her own home. So we didn't leave United States to go see her. We figured we'll bring her over. To jump 3 years later, when we made a big effort to get her over, the question was, were you a communist? The guy was, her husband was a communist. So that knocked her out. Yes. I saw your head.
Yes, I wanted to ask you, while you were in the camp in Oswego, how much did you know about the political conversation going on beyond the fence?
Okay, here is the thing. People of Oswego, they only knew English. People in the camp, they spoke Serbo-Croatian and German and Italian. There were three primary languages. And they didn't help us for conversation and communication. But we started a little bit here and there. The people in school, I went to a junior high school. Some made fun of us. Even some teachers made fun of us. They told us, "Excuse me, but," you know, the situation is funny. And we learned English so rapidly. When your life depends on it, when your teacher sends you downstairs to the office to get some electrons, and go down there, and they're laughing. I said, "What, is that a funny story?" He says, "No, tell the teacher that we have only round one, but he wants square one. No, that we only have square ones, but I know him, he wants round one, electrons." So we go there, teachers, they don't have any round electron, they only have square one. "Did they give you any?" "No." "Do you want?" "No, I'll send somebody else, you know. Stuff like that went on. And what was it? I forgot. A little anecdote. I had a whole slew where they tell you you're nuts, and you think they're giving you a compliment, the kids. But anyway, we learned the language, we advanced, and the war ended. My parents, they broke their heart. They have to go someplace. This camp has been good to them. They didn't have any ambition, no interest in anything, and they didn't learn any English, just expression here and there. So people like me, I want to go to school, I want to go to high school. Well, I'll just tell you, I am the only guy making a living. I am now 15 and a half, and let me go back. The organization, they were organized. They decided that they'll let people stay because many have close relatives in the United States. And what's 1,000 in 66 million? That was the population in those days. Anyway, so they let us stay, but you have to go. First was go back to your own country. And we say, which one is our own country? We don't have one. They chase us out of here, they chase us out of there. So that was impossible. So, okay, where do you want to go? Well, we'll go, let's say we want to stay here in the United States. Finally, law was amended. They can, but first they have to leave the United States. and we'll give them visas, and then they can re-enter. Okay, so that was resolved, and we were to leave United States and go to a place. Every family had to choose where they're going. But this organization that sponsored us, there was, let's see, two Jewish organizations. I think Bnei Brit was partially, but no, the one that now supports everybody because we're Jewish, I'll think. This happened 83 years ago, so I'll think of organization. It's a code with the letters, four or five letters. Anyway, so they have representatives in each town, and they would like for us to touch base with where we're going so they can sort of ramrod us, take charge of us, make sure we get a job, go to school, get an apartment. So they asked us, and this was in English. People come there from the Jewish Federation. Oh, one is Jewish Federation. The other one is, they're not so pro-Israel anymore. I'll think. Anyway, Jewish Federation wants us to go where they have a representative. So where they say go to Dallas, we have people there that'll help you. Dallas, where is that? It says Dallas, Texas. My father nearly fainted. Texas, they have cowboys and Indians. They will shoot me. Who's gonna shoot you? Nobody knows. Oh, you don't know cowboys and Indians. I've seen movies. Okay, so no Dallas. Well, where do you want to go? To a big city. Okay, Chicago. Oh yeah, Al Capone. He shoots. He's got a big gang. So where? They suggest Philadelphia. Okay, my father says, what is Philadelphia? He thought something to eat. He never heard of Philadelphia. So we were assigned to Philadelphia. And we were gonna go to Canada first, and then from Canada, go to Philadelphia. And this was our departure. They took us by trains to Niagara Falls. We were organized, so many each day. We were organized. We crossed the border. At the border, they gave us a passport to enter Canada. Or was it another kind of gizmo? Anyway, we had a paper to go into Niagara Falls, Canada. It's a beautiful place. Niagara Falls, it's much nicer on the Canadian side than ours. But anyway, then we walked back, and at the middle point of a bridge, they gave us another visa. One was passport, one was visa. He says, welcome to United States, with our name, a picture, and all that. We came singing and dancing into United States. My mother and father and two sisters and I. And we were helped to board trains to go to Philadelphia. We went to Philadelphia. A guy met us from the Jewish Federation. He showed us where he had found an apartment for us, third floor, nothing very spacious, nothing very luxurious. But anyway, I was 15 and a half. He found me a job. The rest, my father couldn't speak English, my mother also. My two sisters were too young to work, so they had to go sign up for school. So that's what happened. They signed up to the local school number 2, or whatever it was, in Philadelphia. And I didn't go to school for half a year. And I got a job in a hat factory. Now, some of you may not know what a hat is, but you wear it on top of your head. And people in those days, they all wore hats. Men wore hats, and women wore them for high fashion, but men wore them for display. You take off your hat to somebody if you want to say hello. And I started making money for the family, $14 and a half. It started with 16 is my 45 cents an hour. I was getting that money, handing it to my father, who would ration the food to us. And that was the worst part of my life. And then I advanced in this factory, and I got to the point where I was making a decent salary between overtime and extra jobs on weekends. I was really helping the family. Anyway, so I was making, I think, $1.50 an hour, $1.25. Anyway, I went to school. I graduated high school, but cap and gown at night. It was very, very solemn for me. And then I went to college, Temple University, at night again, and I finished my college education. And between here and there, I decided it was time for me to get out of the factory and go into normal jobs. And one girl that I was dating, she worked for a guy that sold chickens, killed chickens, and they were packaged in crates, and they were shipped, carried, I guess, by truck to different, what you call it, like Giants or Safeway or something, places like that, or
Grocery
even in
stores.
some of the towns, to sell retails. And I worked in that. I was the accountant and payroll person, and I felt so big because I was out of the factory and in the place that was quasi office. And I was getting $60 an hour, and that went okay. And then I found a job at Minneapolis Honeywell, and that was my good job, office job. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you serve in the military?
The what?
Did you serve in the American military?
Would I show the map?
No. Did you serve in the military? Were you
Oh,
drafted?
that from Honeywell. There's when they said, we are fighting a war here, and you're just the man for us. Uh, so I went to the, what is it, board, the selection board, and I ended up going into the military. And I was sent to basic training in South Carolina, Jackson, South Carolina. I'm sorry, Columbia, South Carolina. Fort Jackson was the military camp. And I was there for 9 weeks. 8 weeks for, but 1 week before we started. So 9 weeks. And they say, you know what? We'll give you a week, what they call it, vacation. They didn't call it vacation. They had a name for it. And then you come back here. And I was in the heavy weapons unit. And they trained me for heavy weapons. I could fire several of the heavy weapons. And some I knew from the partisan days. And I wasn't the shortest man in the army, but they had some short ones.
What do you mean by heavy weapons? Can you give us some examples?
Height. I was
No. Heavy, you said you work with heavy weapons.
heavy weapons.
Can you give us can you give us examples of what kinds of weapons?
Artillery, and see, they had mortars that you carry and mortars that were on wheels. So artillery, mortars, 106 was the number. And what else they had? Before was light machine guns and the riflemen. You're basically a rifleman in the army, but machine gun was the heaviest, and 2 guys carried a tube where you would drop the weapon, depending on how much charge you put, and that's how high it would go, turn around, and then explode. That's for infantry. But ours was really throwing it a distance. And artillery is cannons and some heavy, there would 106 millimeter Hauser. That meant you have a little thing here, you adjust it, and then you put in the big projectile, and it goes where you adjusted it to. We learned how to fire those too, and we learned how to go at night, how to get lost and unlost, and I was going to say, like my mother used to say, you've been a soldier. Well, there was artillery, not the heaviest gun, but it were pretty heavy guns, and they call this recoilless rifle. And the rifle is what you carry on the shoulder. But this was 2 very mean piece of equipment. We fired them at things and blow up even sand and embankment. Anyway, so we were trained for that. And the next 8 weeks, I spent in the light artillery and heavy weapons infantry. And I wanted to know what does heavy weapon infantry do, and they told me when the sniper with the guy sees something and it's motorized, he calls for assistance and they fire it recoilless rifle. Anyway, then they send us home again for leave. That's what it is, military leave. And then you report at the draft board, and they have your orders. And my orders send me to France. And I went, my time came, I went with the ticket. They give you a railroad ticket, airplane ticket, whatever you need. They schedule you, and you're supposed to go to Jackson, and then Jackson gives you more airline tickets and more train tickets, and you go from New York Harbor. I was on the leave. I remember I had taken leave, which I shouldn't have. I was given, while waiting in New Jersey for my ship to be ready for boarding, they gave me all kinds of duties, cleaning up sergeants' living quarters and barracks and all that. And I didn't care for that. So came this May, end of May was a weekend. I forgot what is this, the holiday. I went to Philadelphia. I stayed there until Monday, and then my ship, my group had gone on the ship, and ship was ready for departure. They drove me by PM, police, MP, drove me to the ship, put me there, and I was supposed to be under company commander's 14 days observation and special details. Well, not captain, under sergeants. Well, it turned out sergeant played cards, pinochle. I used to like to play pinochle, so we got together. There were some other people playing pinochle, and I served my special duty playing pinochle with one sergeant and one of the other civilian. Anyway, and our ship went back to Europe, and it went to Bremerhaven. That's due north of Germany. That's where German port was. I guess they have other ports, but this was where the Allies sent supplies. So I'm shipped down from that ship, sent me down toward France, and nobody giving me tickets, nothing. Anyway, I was given the job as a bus boy in an officer's, what they call canteen or something, where the officers eat. And the officers would sometimes be served with German waitresses, and somebody leaves a tip. And I said, hey, where's my tip? I'm busing. And then I kept some tips, not much. Anyway, I said, I can't stand being among Germans, although by that time I had learned a few words in German and I could keep a conversation. Anyway, then after a while I talked to somebody. They put me on a train. I went to France. I got to this place, a God-forsaken place, nothing but humps inside these are petroleum inside these humps. They were like Quonset huts or something. And one of these was for us to live. So we were living there in the Quonset huts or some in barracks. I got a place in barracks. And I like to tell you a story that I only tell to my friends. By that time, by the time I got to France, the captain says, you're my interpreter. I said, in what language? He says, French, of course. I said, Captain, I don't speak a word of French. He says, you're a translator. And when I need translating, you're going to come and translate. Is that clear? I said, yes, sir. He calls me back, go to the company clerk, let him give you some money and buy yourself a book. When I need you, I want you up here on the double speaking French. So he gave me money to buy a book, like $5.50, Michelin, yeah. And I was given the time off. I had a duty, but I was given other time. And a Jeep, I go to the beach, spread my beach blanket, have my portable radio, and I start studying. Within 10 minutes, I'm surrounded by young French people of both denomination, male and female. And they talk to me and I talk back. 6 weeks comes, captain calls me. There's an epidemic of flu in these towns here, and I don't want my soldiers to catch flu. We're gonna go and talk to mayors of these towns, and you're my interpreter. And you know what? We took Captain's Jeep. He was the head of our unit. His Jeep and a colonel, head of the hospital, and the chief nurse. She was Major something or other. We made fun of her after that movie came out, yeah. And we went from little towns from one to the other, and I translated. And the captain said to me, Sonny, you got yourself out of brig. Okay.
Yeah, let's go back. We're going off in different directions. How long were you in the military? When did you serve? What years?
I was in 1954, in January 5th.
That's when you went into the service?
The what?
Is that when you went into the service?
Yeah, that's where I'm in the service. Yeah. And
how long did you serve?
No, I was in the service active duty 2 years, inactive 6 years. And inactive means when your unit is activated, you're in active duty. So,
Okay, can you tell me, when did you become an American citizen?
1952. Yeah, I should mention that, but wasn't a big event. At work, I asked one guy to come with me. I had to have two, what's the word? Just testify for me that I'm of a good character. What's the English word? I know the word in French and in every other language. Anyway, two people who will testify for me, and I took one from the factory and the guy chief of the operations of the finance in that factory, him and one of the schleppers like me. And we went there and they're talking about my character. And I told them about my character, but I wanted to be deferred because I was still attending university. And they, okay, we'll give you 6 months. 6 months came and went, and they want me again. I didn't finish anything. And I was able to finagle enough time out of service to finish my college degree. I have my degree in business and administration, office administration. And I'm qualified. I became a CPA later, but I'm qualified for, to do the job. So I ended up, after military, I really wanted to be an accountant. And that's when I got a job doing nothing but, quote, book work. But anyway, I got enough deferrals to get my diploma. And then I looked for a job, and my first offer was the military, Army Audit Agency. And they gave me a job, and I was tickled pink with the job. It was traveling, and they gave you per diem, and I thought they were very generous in their per diem. I could live like a king and save my salary. And I was there in Army Audit for a year, and then another outfit, Air Force Audit, they offered me, they go by numbers. So before I enter the Federal Service, I was GS 5. Now I was GS 9 and 11.
That's okay. We don't need to go through all the steps of government service.
Okay.
I did want to ask you, in what ways do you think the Holocaust influenced your life?
In what way did Holocaust and what?
Influence you in your life, in your choices that you made?
Well, I think that first I grew up very young. I'm mature, very young. I knew what was going on, and I knew what Germans were doing to the Jewish people. By that time, I knew about Kiev, that's in Ukraine, but the Germans were ruling it, and Poland, and like I figure Hitler had two objectives. One was conquer Europe first, and then rest of the world with his allies, and second was destroy the Jewish community, and he also almost succeeded in both of these. Well, when the war ended, I was happy to know that he did not succeed 100%. And my son went to Jewish schools. I'm talking about, what is it? The kiddie school, the elementary, the junior high. He now completed high school. And unfortunately, he's going to the state college, to Maryland State. He's going there because he heard that it's a good school. I wanted him to go to Temple, where I went, and where they offered him $80,000 scholarship.
Before we conclude, I have one or two additional questions. Do you know how your mother and your sisters, the younger ones and the older one, how they survived?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell us briefly?
Sure. Two sisters and my mother. They were living in Split until a friend said that she heard that by end of January, there won't be a single living Jewish person in Split. Let me take a drink. Well, that was pretty scary. That's when my sister, and she was at that time, let me see, I was 43, and she's, what was she, 13? Yeah, just about, no, less than 13. She took control of my mother, who was very afraid of everything, and the little girl, and she says, "Mom, we're going to the milk lady. But will she take us? Won't she? How will I go? What will I do? We have a store there. We have an apartment. Mom, let's save our lives. Go to milk lady." So they went to the milk lady in nearby village. Now Split is surrounded by umpteen villages. So they went there, and the milk lady took them. They gave them living quarters in a closet. My sister describes the closet 3.5 by 6. Says she put them there because that's all she had, and they locked themselves in. Well, that was away from where the Germans were, but she wasn't supposed to make sound, and the Germans would come occasionally with their jeeps. They didn't call them jeeps. Their motorcycles and attachment. And they would ask where they can buy wine, where they can find social activity, whatever. And the milk lady would shrug her shoulder. And then one time she says to my mother and older sister, "I'm sorry, I did all I could. You have to leave. If they detect you here, it's you and me. They're gonna lose their heads." You know, German. Whoop. And my sister, oh, by the way, my sister was crying before. "Mother, let's go, let's go." "Where am I gonna go?" Says, "To the milk lady." "Well, how will I survive all that? I can't walk that much." But anyway, my sister says, "Okay, I'm leaving. Goodbye, Mom." And he started leaving. She took the little girl with her and waved to my mother. And my mother said, "Wait, I'm coming with you." Okay, so that's how they went to the village. And the milk lady took them in. And after that, milk lady says, "I can't. I like to keep you, but it's too dangerous." So the husband says, her brother-in-law in another village, somewhat distant from Split, where we live, he may be able to hide her better. So they went there, they hid better there. And then the Germans were coming in all the islands, establishing their units so they can come against British on the other island. So they chased them again out of there. And my mother's sister were hopping from one island to another. And finally, they ended up on an island called Vis, V-I-S. And there was the there was the single place where British would come with their PT boat or whatever, and they would unload sometimes supplies, and they had a group of people that was trying to get to Italy, the refugees. So they took my mother and sister, and they were going to live in camp. By that time, when they came, we had already lived in this city called Lecce for a while, and we were notified that my sister and my mother were coming just as we signed up to go to United States.
Right. You told us that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a connecting point. And we went and met them, and I treated them to big ice cream called Casati, and they got sick over that. They haven't eaten for many days.
Okay, and you mentioned your older sister was with the partisans. Is that how
Yeah,
she survived?
we had no track of her. We did not know where she was. After the war, when the war had ended, most people went back to their place of origin. Like my sister went to Split. And in Split, she found my uncle, who was a barber, and she stayed with him, my mother's brother. We saw a picture of him and her, and excuse me. Italians had taken him because he was accused of anti-military activities. And they took him and they beat him and they did all kinds of things. he says that they even ironed his back, hot irons. Anyway, he was interned to Italian, the worst prison. It was on one island called Lipari, but you don't need to record that. And he came back to Split, and he was like a shadow of his own former self in the pictures. And we didn't see him, but my sister lived with him. And one of my aunts that was with us, aunt, uncle, and middle daughter were with us in Oswego. They took the first boat to go back because they had two daughters, one the youngest and one the oldest, who had joined the partisan and made good. They had high ranks, military, and they were enjoying their position. So my sister knew them, and there was family. And then they communicated to us. Yes.
I just have one final question. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Sorry. What message do you have for people who will watch your interview in the future? What would you like people to understand and know?
Well, I thought I went into many details because that's what we agreed. But many of these things maybe are boring to the third party. So if I was giving this presentation again, I would eliminate some of the things about schooling and maybe some of the things about living in these DP houses. And the Italians are pretty rough with us, but why talk about potatoes and stuff like that? So I would maybe eliminate some of that, and I would go directly to the heart of the matter, which is what I did to the military this past weekend. But if they're interested, that's another thing.
Well, what is your message for future viewers?
For you or for?
For future viewers of this interview.
For future viewers, there's a lot of evil in this world, and it shows its ugly head every now and then. Try to be a person, live, if you know what a mensch is, it's a Yiddish word for be a man. In a world that there's just bodies, living bodies, try to be a man. And don't fall for all these gizmos that will make you rich in a hurry at the expense of somebody else's lives. Otherwise, live the best life you can. Help the next guy if you can. Life is too short. I'm only 95, so what do I know about short life? But anyway, I feel that we have a duty to tell the future generations about what happened to people here during this generation. not just, oh, too bad, but make them realize, make them feel inside if somebody is torturing your mother in front of you. That's the kind of tortures we went through. I said, mother, how about in front of a mother torturing a child? There was plenty of that October 7th in Israel. Don't let it shake you. Again, do the best you can while you're alive. We don't know what's up there or down there, but if there's something that we should respect, and if we have to give account for it, then live your life the best you can and help the next person as much as you can, especially if they need your help. That's my message.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking with us today.
You're welcome. First,
What are we looking at here? Isaac, what are we looking at?
okay, we're looking at a composition of 5 pictures. My life, I guess, from the time I came out of camp in Fort Ontario until one of my job with the military. And one of the pictures, second picture, is Dannon family as they were when I was 6 years old. I am there, so is my older sister.
Can you give us everybody's name?
Yeah, I would have to point.
No, don't point. Just use your words.
Me and 2 sisters. The third one wasn't born yet. Maybe she was, maybe she was. Yeah. It's very hard for me to remember what I saw here. But anyway, the top picture is me as I'm graduating college, I guess.
And your name, sir?
And the what?
Your name.
Isaac Dannon.
Thank you.
I look different here than I do now. Second picture is when I came from the army, came on a 1-week leave, or maybe more than 1 week. I'm in my military uniform with my sister and her son. He turned the opposite direction.
Do you know when these pictures were taken?
Yes.
What year?
This first one, I don't know, I can figure out. Second one was in 1946. No, what am I saying? 1954.
Anything else?
One below that, it's I forgot. Would you believe?
Okay.
What does it show to you? Okay. The,
What are we looking at here?
the picture is of 1,000 refugees arriving at Fort Ontario. These are different bunches, different groups, and who somebody shows somebody's picture, somebody jumping up, whatever it is, it's taking place the first day at the camp in Fort Ontario.
And do you know when these pictures were taken?
Not this particular one, but there was a magazine called Time, and they had their reporter, and he and she were taking pictures of everything and everybody. So this could be one of the reporters taking pictures for official use as a Fort Ontario emergency refugee shelter.
Was this taken during the war or after the war?
No, during the war.
Okay,
The Allies had just invaded Europe,
okay.
and we just...
So it was taken in New York during the war.
This was taking pictures a month after the invasion. Month or two, no more.
Thank you.
Of Normandy. In 1954, I was drafted in the military, U.S. military, assigned to Army, and I served 2 years overseas, and then I came back and was discharged, and these are my discharge papers. In 1946, I was discharged from
Thank
the
you.
active army, but then I went for 6 more years as inactive, and this is discharge, total discharge from the army. In other words, if they wanted to draft me, it would take another congressional action.
Thank you.
And this is a sample of the kind of work we've been doing. Me and my 2 sisters telling people about the Holocaust and about how we were able to save our families. And unfortunately, we lost our older sister, but this is just a sample of the speeches where we spoke to schools, military bases, and social clubs.
Thank you very much for speaking with us today, and this now concludes the interview.
Okay.